Want to make a memory? Why not take the whole family fishing? Try one of the 17 family fishing lakes managed by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. With plenty of bank access and lots of fishing piers, these lakes offer a golden opportunity for families to spend the day together outdoors. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, some select youngsters get the opportunity for the deer hunt of a lifetime at Fort Campbell. Follow a group of Eagle Scouts as they show off their volunteer spirit, building and installing bat boxes on Haley-Jaquith Wildlife Management Area. We'll take a trip to the Cumberland River Aquatic Center, where a bunch of baby lake sturgeon are getting ready to be released in an effort to restore the species to Tennessee waters. We'll go to Timms Ford Lake, where partnerships are bringing a lot of great fish habitat to the lake. We'll follow some kids as they have big fun chasing some squirrel through the woods. And finally, take a plunge with the TWRA dive team. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. Our first story today is about the Fort Campbell Youth Hunt.
So when you hunt today, we'll have a meal around 10 o'clock. It'll be available from 10 to 2. Rip this off, put this in your window. Fort Campbell has, in the past, had a youth hunt. They would just open areas and say, okay, you call in just like normal, regular calls. And I approached them in 2002 about doing a youth hunt where we blocked off areas and we got kids to sign up and put them in the areas. And that was 2002. And so this is 15 years since then, and we hunt about 100 kids every year. We have a lot of active duty soldiers on the hunt and a lot of civilians on the hunt.
There's no blinds or anything, so if you got a blind, you can put a blind up if you want to on top. Or if you got chairs, you can bring your chairs and sit them out.
We get some of the best areas on post. Fort Campbell's so great to have areas that they were released to us that a lot of them haven't been hunted, some have been hunted very little, but it's been just very, very successful over the years. Some huge deer have been killed. I call it every year a kid will kill the deer of a lifetime. At least one kid on this hunt will kill it. The area is just so good, it grows great deer. And a lot of it has to do with age, and a lot of it has to do with the nutrition. Not nutrition, but just ag fields. The soil here in this area is good, but a lot of it has to do with age. They just get old here. And we'll get an area that hasn't been hunted, so it has a lot of older deer in it. Yesterday, it went crazy here. In Montgomery County, in the Fort Campbell area, it was like a switch was turned on and they started running crazy yesterday. A lot of deer taken on Fort Campbell yesterday, and this morning, everybody's talking about seeing deer chasing and running. Right now, this next week is the special time to be on Fort Campbell, or out in the county for that matter, because you could run up on one of those that are just gonna make a mistake and start following the doe and kind of get out of his comfort zone and be a little bit easier target. Today was awesome. We had several kids kill their first deer. I had a grandfather here with his grandson. The grandfather was just excited because he was with his grandson for his grandson's first deer. It was a huge 8-pointer, heavy rack, just massive deer. And you could tell the kid was excited, but the grandfather was probably more excited than the kid, just to be with him for his first deer on that Fort Campbell. And, you know, there's no antler restriction for the kids, but I don't believe a single deer came in today. that was under the antler restriction here at Fort Campbell. It's 4 points on the side or a 15-inch spread. Every deer we had met the requirement, even though it doesn't apply to the kids.
We got set up and we grunted a few times, and I looked back behind us and I could see this thing flopping. I didn't really know what it was.
The one deer that was taken today that had the canister on its head, the parachute, that's the first one we've had that like that in 15 years. On the youth hunt, the first one we've ever had come in. And that to me is the absolute trophy on Fort Campbell. I think his dad's gonna get that one mounted with the parachute and with the canister hanging, but you know, when he's 80, he'll know exactly where that deer came from and where he was at and how he got it.
It was a good hunt. It's pretty amazing. I really appreciate y'all doing this.
Next up, volunteering for wildlife.
They really need between 6 and 8 hours, well, at least 6, 12 hours of sunlight is good. We are out here at Haley-Jaquith Wildlife Management Area, which is a small wildlife management area just south of Franklin. And we're here with Austin Berg, who is an Eagle Scout now, who built these bat boxes for us.
I'd been looking for a project for like about 2 years. I've been trying to find a project to work on, and I had a cousin who actually worked for the Utah Wildlife out in Utah, and he raised up like some type of birds. So I was like, I'll contact the TWRA, and I got an email within like a week or two, and they told me they had some bat boxes that they could have built, and I thought that was a good idea. So here we are today.
In nature, without humans, the bats that would use these bat boxes are bats that would typically use dead trees or occasionally live trees. And they would either get under the sloughing bark of a dead snag or in a crevice of a tree. So this particular style of bat box is called a single chamber bat box. And you can see that it's just one chamber. It's about a 3/4 of an inch hole that the bats will actually climb in, and they'll often climb all the way up to the top to roost during the day. We want these boxes to get at least 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight in the summer. And so if you mount one to a tree, it's not going to get nearly enough sunlight, and also it'll increase the odds of predation. And so on a building like this, it'll help buffer extreme changes in temperature. And also bats are attracted to old barns that they may be able to roost in. And so hopefully they'll find the box pretty quick and it'll have the right conditions that they need. Back in 2009, white nose syndrome, which is a fungal disease that impacts cave roosting bats, was found in Tennessee, and it's decimated bat populations across the state. We've seen declines of up to 80–90% in some of our cave roosting species. And so putting up bat boxes, it helps with pests around your yard, but it also helps the bat in providing a long-term roost that will be there year after year, as opposed to a tree that will only last a couple years. And so the bats can come back year after year and have a safe place to roost.
Yeah, it feels good, especially just to get the product done, and that I know that like it'll have like a lasting impact, just because I mean scouting is a big part. You're in the environment a lot, so it's gonna be cool just to be able to know that my project will benefit parts of the environment.
Is we want to educate people about bats and how beneficial they are and how important they are to all of us. And oftentimes people dislike bats, and it's usually because they don't understand how important they are to us. And so getting a partnership like this between TWRA and the Boy Scouts, it allows them to help us build these bat boxes to help the bats, but it also teaches the Boy Scouts something about bats. And hopefully it's something that they'll tell their friends about, and they'll kind of spread the word that bats are really important, and we should do what we can to help protect them.
Our next story takes us on a field trip, stalking sturgeon.
Today we're at the Cumberland River Aquatic Center. We deal with all aquatic species, mostly threatened and endangered species, with an emphasis on freshwater mussel. We received about 6,500 young of year lake sturgeon from Genoa National Fish Hatchery. We kind of branched out at our beginning facility, started the lake sturgeon over there, holding them there for a little bit to grow them out a little bit more before we put them back into the Cumberland River. And we had such good success there that we carried it on here. Today, we're letting them go at a smaller size, which is fine. That's what we've always done in the past. But the ones that we're able to hold over, we can let them go at this size. This is about a year-old fish that we've grown out here at the facility. We keep this one on hand for educational programs and do some research with mussels. Today, what we're doing is removing scutes. It's the bony plates down the side of the fish. We simply scrape 2 of those off. We're removing the first and second scute on the left side. Last year, we removed the 7th and 8th scute on the right side. We alternate the scheme of those scute removals so we can identify those fish by year. We're going to divide those up here on the Cumberland River. We'll have about 2,000 that goes into Cordell Hall at Roaring River, about 2,000 that goes in at Hunter's Point on Old Hickory, and about 2,000 that's going in at Shelby Bottoms Nature Center on Cheatham Reservoir. In the Tennessee River, we've now started going back and sampling for those fish that we stocked back in 2000. And we're actually finding fish from every year that we have stocked fish in the Tennessee River. So that means that we have survivors from every stocking that we put in the Tennessee River. That just makes for a better population. Lake sturgeon is one of our oldest fish species that we have in Tennessee. They are, or were around when the dinosaurs were around. These fish are very long-lived. They can live up to 150 years, get up to 6, 8 feet long, and weigh upwards of 200, 300 pounds. We've not been stocking long enough in Tennessee to see any reproduction, but we're only maybe 10 years out to see natural reproduction. We ask all fishermen if they catch a sturgeon, please release it as quickly as possible. They can take a picture and then report that to TWRA. Go online, get the information off of our website. We do have a certificate program where if you catch and release a sturgeon in Tennessee, that you can call in, report it, and we will send you a certificate. It's a really nice memento of your catch of that fish and release, that you've done something to make sure that sturgeon continue in the waters of Tennessee. The restoration efforts look very promising in Tennessee waters. We've been stocking sturgeon into the Tennessee River since 2000, stocked over 180,000 fish into the Tennessee River. And we're finding fish of every year class that we've stocked, having reports from anglers over there, catching fish up to 60 inches, getting reports from Alabama, commercial fishermen catching a few fish in the 6 to 7 foot range. And we're getting several reports from Lake Barkley of fish up to 5, 6 feet long that's being caught and released. We have over 320 reports of sturgeon being caught since 2006. Our goals in the sturgeon reintroduction is to restore this fish to a sport fish species, to take it from the state endangered list and be able to restore those fish, have a breeding population, and to be able to support a sport fish fishery in the state of Tennessee.
Now let's explore fish habitat on Timms Ford Lake.
We've got Christmas trees. These we call stumps. These over here we call armadillos.
Working with the Timms Ford Bass Club today, you get to a site and you put 20 fish attractors around to make it into a decent fish attractor, and you know, you got a couple hundred, you know, you're looking at 10 sites.
Okay.
And then you look across the lake and you see the vast expanse of area that needs structure, so there's plenty to improve here on the lake. Timms Ford was impounded in 1969. Most of those lakes, there's a real boom right after they're impounded where productivity is at a high level, and then it starts to decline through the years. And a lot of the reason is just a loss of habitat. And you know, after 45 years, you know, a lot of that woody structure, whether it would have been an original stump, has rotted and is no longer there. And so that's our goal, is to kind of replace some of that and hopefully increase productivity for both the fish and the fishermen.
our hope is that we put this in the water, it'll give the fish some structure to kind of hide in and feed on. Over time, this will grow, algae will grow on top of it. The little fish will come in and eat the algae, and the big fish will come and eat the little fish.
I live on this lake, I fish on this lake. I would like to catch more bigger fish. I think there are two ways to think about that. One way is, where can I hide a brush pile that I can catch a few fish off of? The other way is, what can I do to make the whole lake better fishing for everybody who fishes? I want to make it better for everyone. About 3 years ago, I met Jake Davis, who is msbassguide.com, a professional bass guide. And he and I got to talking. He got looking at what I was doing and then said, gee, together we could do a lot more stuff. So 3 years ago, we worked on this. 2 years ago, worked on this. Last year, built a few of these things. Last January, Jake and I were putting out 50 or 60 Christmas trees, and we met Glenn Bryan. So then we got to talking and invited Glenn to come to the Bass Club and speak, actually.
May of last year, I carried some of the structures over to the Bass Club when they had their Thursday night meeting, and carried them in and presented it to them, showed them what we had done and how we built the stuff. One of the structures happens to be that cube right there at the end of the dock. They knew that they had contacts that they could get some of this stuff free, a lot of material, and start putting it together. And I just encouraged them. Your imagination is the only thing that limits you here, because you can do a lot with this stuff. And it's all good structure that's going to last a long time. And hopefully we'll see those effects in the next few years as these fishermen learn where these spots are.
We've got a three-man crew that works on Timms Ford, Normandy, and Woods reservoirs. There's only so much that we can do, but when you increase that manpower by what you've seen today, it's a tremendous help to us and to the fishermen for Timms Ford as well. So yeah, we can't do it all alone. And we greatly appreciate the help of this club and any other clubs that are willing to work with us in the future. So.
Our next story, small game for big fun.
Carrying a farm. So just remember, always keep that muzzle pointed in the safe direction. If you're walking,
today was our youth squirrel hunting day.
I think I've got everybody paired up, but if I don't, you just hold on, I'll get you out here with a group.
You're better with blue bonnet on. Happens just about every year, the week after deer season closes. We'll have a squirrel hunt with dogs only. Everybody's using dogs today.
There you go, buddy. Have a biscuit.
You know, I've got probably a group of 8 or 10 men that's our cooks. They cook at every hunt for breakfast and lunch. In 2006, had 37 hunters. And today, it's somewhere between 85 and 90 hunters. Most of my hunts will run from 100 to 120 kids.
Well, there's a big ridge out to the left. They usually end up going out, you know, when they go down that first landing.
You know, when I first hired on, we'd do a youth program, and it would be a deer hunt, you know, and you'd take a child out there, and, you know, if it's cold or, you know, you're sitting there in a tree stand, and, you know, a lot of times, I shouldn't say this on a deer hunt, but you know, a kid will go to sleep in a tree stand. And you know, I've squirrel hunted all my life with dogs, and I thought, I believe I could put on a good hunt.
He is looking for a squirrel. If he finds one, he'll tell you he found it.
For these kids, they don't have to sit still, they don't have to be quiet. They can run, jump, just whatever they want to do. When you get to a tree, if the dog is treed, and he's a honest tree dog, you know, good possibility he's got a squirrel in the tree. A squirrel will turn with you. If you walk around a tree, a lot of times the squirrels, if he's up there, he's turning with you. If you can't find a squirrel, most of the time I'm looking for a den or a nest. You know, I like to say my dog's honest, you know. So if I can blame it on a squirrel being in a nest or squirrel being in a den tree, then I can't say my dog's lying.
See him moving in that fork. See him moving at the top on the right. See him up through there?
Yeah, no. I'm on him.
Kill him.
No, it's not competition. It's just a fun day.
He's still there.
Still there. Get on him. Steady and squeeze it.
Come on.
Shoot them limbs out of your way.
Everybody here, I'm sure, shot at a squirrel. Probably more misses than hits. And these kids, you know, they just have fun. No pressure, no nothing. They just go have fun. And majority of them hasn't hunted with a dog.
There you go.
If you hunt enough, you will learn to pick out just a odd part of his tail that's wrapped around the back of the tree that you can't see the body, or maybe just a piece of his head outline, back outline. And if you hunt enough, you learn to pick that out in these trees. Today, on this hunt, I had 24 dogs. I don't furnish the dogs. Over these years, I've got to know a lot of people who squirrel hunt with dogs. And all those guys volunteer their time to come and hunt with these kids. If my help didn't show up, I couldn't do it. I can't cook for all these people and put the hunt on. If I didn't have my landowners and my guides, there's no way. We could all go to a management area. And then it's all my guys that bring dogs. If they quit coming, there's no way. So it is a group effort by many, many men. That's good men. These men come just because they enjoy the kids. That's all of it. They don't come for me. They come for the kids. You know, and that's an important thing. So, you know, I've got a lot of cooperation to keep this thing going. I hope it keeps going.
He's still breathing.
I can tell you.
That scared me.
Let's close today's show out with a story about our TWRA dive team.
It's the TWRA Unified Dive Program. We conduct both law enforcement activities underwater, underwater investigation, crime scene investigation, evidence recoveries, as well as biological studies, mussel, and habitat surveys. Current program is kind of an evolved program. In the early 90s, TWRA kind of developed a small dive team to do surveys to make sure that there wasn't over-harvest from commercial mussling, and also habitat surveys. And during the mid to late 90s, several of the officers or commissioned personnel who were joining the dive team that were using the skills that they had learned, for example, to collect evidence and everything. And in the 2011-2000 timeframe, we started developing a scientific diver program based off of EPA's scientific diver program with set standards. And then we saw there was a necessity to set standards for the law enforcement aspect of the dive team as well. So we combined the two and started our training to set everyone on the same standard of training, and everyone basically had a certain level of experience and skills.
See that buoy over there? It's marked. There's a downline to an auger, and the weapon and the mask are in the vicinity of this. And just do a circle, and we've got a piece of rebar. That can be your start point.
Some of our search patterns that we were conducting this week were in cove areas that once you got the substrate stirred up, you had zero or very little visibility, so it was more of the hands-on rather than visual. Each in-service, we try to target specific operations that we do. Like our last one was more oriented towards the biological side, doing mussel surveys, habitat surveys, whereas this one is more oriented towards the law enforcement aspect, underwater search patterns, evidence recovery, body recovery, and coordination with other agencies, i.e. Special Operations Dive Unit of the Tennessee State Troopers. The boating investigators had their remote operated underwater vehicle on a simulated boating accident where we had a missing person, which would have been a body recovery as well as a recovery of evidence. We try to simulate as much real time as we can as how it would relate to real-time activities. For example, if we did have a boating accident and we would get called out, and how we would coordinate, for example, if we needed assistance from other units. The term unified is everyone is trained to the same standard, whether they be a biologist or a commissioned officer, that both are able to do both aspects of it, whether it be biological surveys and studies or the law enforcement or underwater investigation. And the last several years, the special operations from THP have been training with us so we can coordinate better, and we actually train to the same standard. So it's kind of critical that we have this training because it makes us better prepared to do whatever we're called to do, be it evidence recovery for weapons in a homicide or a boating accident or any type of recovery.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy. Our legacy.
Hey Tennessee, I'm Kix Brooks. You know, I've been blessed to tour this nation from sea to shining sea. And every time that bus rolls back across the state line, I'm reminded how good we have it here in our home state. Whether you like to hunt, fish, or watch wildlife, we got our Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency to thank for it. But before you follow that red dirt road to your favorite fishing hole or hunting spot, there's one thing you need: a license. Just visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com and you can get your license in minutes.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we recap the amazing launch and tremendous success of our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. We preview MTSU's Black History Month activities and the work of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center. And we highlight MTSU's Adult Degree Completion Program, which has helped so many people reach their educational goals. I'm Andrew Oppman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Oppman. Few academic ventures in the history of our university have had a more successful launch than our physician assistant program in the College of Behavioral and Health Sciences. Here to tell us about the overwhelming popularity of this program is its director, Dr. Marie Patterson. Dr. Patterson, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
We're bringing you back to really celebrate your success. The PA program is just doing remarkable. Can you tell our viewers some of those metrics that we're so very proud of?
Sure. Well, and I like to say it's not just me, it's a team effort, and definitely the university should be very proud of this program as well, because there's been a lot of hard work that went into creating this program. But a couple of things that we're definitely proud of is the fact that we had an on-time start date. You know, the university, years before we started, had to select a start date and turn it into our accrediting body. And of course, we could not predict that COVID was going to happen right before we started. So we could have been pushed back on a start date, but we actually never slowed down. So we were able to achieve on-time start date by a lot of hard work that happened even during the shutdown. So we also had asked for a number of 30 spots. And if we had not done our due diligence and secured, enough clinical rotations, we would not have been approved for 30, and we were approved for the number that we had requested. So, just from the very beginning, that was a very positive thing that we were able to achieve.
Overcoming so very much that really was a detriment in so many other areas, you were able to persist and make that happen, which is a remarkable achievement. So 30 slots, a lot of people applying for those 30 slots. Talk about those numbers.
Right. So the first year, and again, people didn't really know we existed. COVID kind of threw a wrench into a lot of the things that you want to do and host to kind of market your program. So we were still able to get close to 500 for 30 spots in our first year. And this second cycle, we were almost at 900. Wow. So for 30 spots.
Wow. We were talking before the program started how I wish it was possible just to flick a switch and we'd have more than 30. But the reason why that's a challenge is because of the quality and the rigor of the program. Explain what those rotations mean.
Right. So the second part of our curriculum is what we call the clinical year, and that our accrediting body requires 7 rotations, and then we do allow for an elective. So there is some selection process by our students for that one. But all of our students are required to do the 7, and they're in 7 different fields.
When we say rotation, we're actually talking about a professional experience.
Yes.
Where I, as a student, will enter into a healthcare environment, seeing, interacting, working with healthcare professionals, but also patients, right?
Correct. Yes. So it's a 6-week immersive experience. So whatever their schedule is like, that's what their schedule is. So if they're a hospitalist and they're 7 on, 7 off, then our students are working 7 12-hour shifts in a row, and that's what they're doing. If it's a situation where they're with somebody who's on call, they're also on call. And so they follow whatever full-time schedule the preceptor has for that 6-week experience. And yes, they do have hands-on patient care, they're doing procedures, they're doing the physical exam, all of those things while they're students on these rotations.
And that allows the varied rotations, allows them to maybe make some career decisions, right?
Yes.
This is what I'd like to do. So you've mentioned a few of them, but what are some of those ranges of those experiences?
So PAs are trained as generalists. We don't specialize. So a lot of those 7 are chosen to kind of cover all the basis of generalist medicine. So you've got family practice, internal medicine, pediatrics, emergency medicine, surgery, women's health, mental health, And so those are some of the 7 required rotations. And then you do have an elective. So if somebody is starting to get an idea of, I think I would like to be in this specialty, or maybe I would like another family practice rotation to see if that's where I want to be, then they get some choice in the elective.
What are the things that you look for as someone that has to go through all of these applications? What's the thing that you admire and gets you
It's a
to
very
stand out?
difficult process, and every school is different. We kind of value the fact that we have a holistic process built in. So it is not strictly GPA focused, or a lot of schools require the GRE. We do not. We take a holistic approach. So if for every applicant that meets our minimums, and I think this is huge and sets us apart, you are having a faculty member do a complete review of your entire application, which is a lot of time on our part, but we're very dedicated to that process. And so a lot of schools, they have a posted minimum in certain areas, but they're not necessarily reviewing every application that meets all the minimums. We do. And so we're able to have a really diverse class in that regard. So we highly value a lot of different aspects of an application. So there's a lot of time and energy on our part that goes into sifting through almost 900 applications.
Dr. Patterson, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on what a great launch of this program.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner. Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU celebrates Black History Month in February with a wide selection of events on our campus. Danielle Rochelle, Director of our Intercultural and Diversity Affairs Center, gives us a preview of the month and the work of our center throughout the year. Danielle, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you for the first time on Out of the Blue.
Yeah.
So you're new in your position. So let's talk for a minute about exactly, if I'm a brand new student, brand new parent of a student, what is Intercultural and Diversity Affairs? What do you offer? What are the services you provide? What are the activities you host?
So I think the easiest thing for me to explain for Intercultural and Diversity Affairs is our space. A lot of students don't really know why our space is there, how they can use it, and who it's for. And so what I always tell students when they come in is that the space is for them.
We're going to talk about Black History Month in just a second, but you offer events throughout the year, right? What are some of those events you offer?
So typically in the fall semester, we offer our Rep Your Roots talent show. We have our Hispanic Culture Night. A lot of those events that we've had in the past, I'm also planning to expand. And so I'm always looking to work with other student organizations or other departments on campus to make our events bigger and better, or to add on to what we're already doing.
Which is great. Two very popular events. Black History Month, this is the month of February we're in right now, and you're already off and running. But let's begin with the place to find them all. Where do I go on the web to find out what's scheduled?
Online, you can go to mtsu.edu/AAHM for African American History Month. There's a list of our events.
There's so many events. We could spend the whole program, all 30 minutes, on everything you're planning, but there are certain things that are tradition at MTSU, and always the annual Unity Luncheon is one of those, 27th year. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So this month we are hosting our 27th annual Unity Luncheon, my very first Unity Luncheon that I'm planning. I've been a part of the Black History Month committee for several years, but this is the first time that I'm in that lead role. So we're gonna have J.B. Smiley Jr. He is a Memphis City Councilman as well as an attorney from Memphis, Tennessee, and he's gonna be speaking during the luncheon, and we're going to honor our unsung community heroes as well as an unsung staff.
Very popular and very looked forward to by members of the MTSU community.
Oh, absolutely. I think the reputation of this event has been mind-blowing for me to kind of see the ticket sales side of things. Because I was nervous going into it, to be totally honest, but the support of this campus has been outstanding. And so it was one thing that those nerves went out the window immediately.
And the date for the Unity event is?
Unity Luncheon is going to be February 8th.
February 8th. We've got several student highlight events as well, and Showtime at the Apollo always gets a lot of attention. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Showtime at the Apollo this month is going to be at Tucker Theater, which I think offers a really great space for students to showcase their talents on a stage. And this one, it's a very high energy event for students because they get to interact with the performers are interacting with the crowd. We're gonna have judges who are there to make sure students get their awards for their talents. Just a really great high energy.
It's amazing. But you've also got the Elegance Gala. Can you describe that for our viewers?
Yes, so the Elegance Gala, originally it was a sneaker ball, but through some student feedback, they wanted it to be a 100% formal event, which I think would be great for students who may have missed out on their formals in high school because of COVID. And so I'm really excited because it's always nice to have an excuse to dress up and go out. You know, everybody loves that.
And so, okay, let's not get too far away. The dates for the gala is?
The gala is going to be on February 17th.
Okay, and Showtime at the Apollo?
It's going to be on February 23rd.
That's good. You're passing the pop quiz. This is great. There are several prominent speakers throughout the month, and one fairly recent addition to the roster. Can you just talk about our new friend?
Yes, one of the speakers that's a surprise, but an exciting surprise, is Dr. Cornel West. He will be here on February 24th.
That's incredible. Nationally known. We're honored to have him on campus, but you've got several other speakers as well.
Yes, absolutely. Although Dr. Cornel West is a great treasure to have on campus, he was not originally identified as our keynote speaker, but he's going to be a part of a mini-series, is what I'll call it. He will be the Friday before our keynote speaker, Ilyasa Shabazz, on that following Monday, February 27th.
And of course, the daughter of the late Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz. So that's very, very appropriate as a keynote speaker. Talk about those kind of opportunities for collaboration. What's your vision of that? How you would like to see the center more involved in those existing events?
So one of the things that we've worked really hard with doing is making sure our student organizations are involved. Because although I trust my instincts, I don't always know what younger students want to see happen on campus. And so one of the student highlight events, the Black Elegance Gala, we're going to have the Black Student Union help out with that event as well to make sure that they're pulling in those student components that they want to see happen, as well as panel discussions that they came up with entirely on their own.
Good.
We also have some additional music events that student organizations have approached us about, career fair events. So there's a wide range of things that students have approached me and my program assistants about that they want to see happen on campus.
Wonderful. So how do I find out more about the center? Where do I go online?
So online, you can go to mtsu.edu/IDA.
IDA. And or Black History Month specifically?
Absolutely. It is mtsu.edu/AAHM, so African American History Month.
Fantastic. Danielle, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big job on our campus, an important part of the student union and part of the campus that you're overseeing. And I appreciate all these wonderful events coming up in the month of February.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU is a pioneer in the area of adult degree completion, and we continue to help adult learners of all ages and all walks of life reach their educational goals. Hunter Patterson from University College visits to tell us several success stories from this program. Hunter, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Andrew.
Love your hairstyle.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we see the same
Looks
guy.
good on you. So we're going to talk about something I'm very proud of, the adult degree completion program. But why don't you tell just the elevator speech of why it is so laser focused to help people reach their goals?
Well, first, thanks for recommending so many students like you have throughout the years. You've given us a lot of great students to become part of the True Blue family. But the biggest advantage here is we have so many people that come into this program that have tons of job experience. They start working right out of high school, or maybe they went to a little bit of college and they stopped because they had some big life event that sort of made them pause their education. And then they come back and they have 15, 20 years of experience. And luckily here at MTSU, we can offer them credit, earned college credit for all of that experience that they've learned in the workforce, whether it be through certifications, on-the-job training, anything like that, military service, and we can give them college credit. It's called Prior Learning Assessment, PLA is what we call it. And we see so many adults take advantage of that, and they save time, money, because they go through a course. And you know about this. They go through a course and they document all of this training. And at the end of this 3-hour standard course that they pay for, they're awarded credit. And I think we're going to see a video. Melissa Rogers, she's 35, almost went to MTSU when she was 18, decided to take a different path and join her family business in the trucking industry. And then she came back, went to Motlow, and she got 30 hours of credit and saved $11,000.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So she has a 10-year-old son. She was able to balance all that out. Obviously, saving 30 hours of class time was huge for her because she's a single mom working. She's a VP of a company. She has huge responsibilities, and she wanted to get that degree just because she set a goal for herself when she was 18.
That's great.
And we're able to help people like that out every single day.
That's great. Well, let's hear her story.
God, why do I love MTSU? I think the experience overall, right? It's not one thing. The professors I've had, although online, have been available anytime I've needed something. So I started in transportation right out of high school. I started with a company called Seva Logistics and started as a dispatcher. Early on, I realized that I could connect with truck drivers pretty easily. I do not have the type of career that I can take 2 or 3 hours out of the middle of the day to go to a class. That was the game changer in it all, and what really kind of accelerated my path at MTSU was I was able to get 30 hours through the PLA. It's a program that you can take your work experience and applies credit hours for MTSU. It is a lot of work. It's labor intensive to go through and build out your portfolio. I was able to connect with my old, vice president, CEO, and they wrote letters that, really kind of validated the work I had said I had done on the portfolio. I was hesitant to ask for the 30 when I put my portfolio together because I felt like it was a lot of hours to ask to be given. And sure enough, I received the 30 hours, and it reduced it by 2 full semesters. So I originally started back in school in 2014, and I probably had maybe 24 hours, but MTSU was always the goal for me. As an adult, am I still capable of learning in a classroom environment? That obstacle was probably the hardest of all of them, was just, can I do this as a working adult with a family and commitments and a house? So I think the biggest thing is to stay well organized. You can't let it go any one day, right? You don't have to think about all 120 hours today. It's truly one step at a time. We can do more than we think we can. For my son to see me finish this and see this through has been a big win. And I hear these people talk, and they'll talk about how their kids were super supportive when they went back to school. That was not my experience. He complained a lot. But you know, as I've gotten closer to the end, and when I filled out my intent to graduate, even he wanted to go with me to turn it in, right? Like, he has really gotten excited about the end of this journey. And you know, him seeing me do this as an adult, I think reiterates for me, and I hope it does for him, the importance of doing this now. As he finishes out his schooling and he's ready to choose a university, that he doesn't decide to put it off. I think it has been a really good experience for me to remember, because as we go through our careers, I think we forget this, is that we can do hard things. We always have a little more time than we think we have, and we always have a little bit more in us to give than we believe we do.
Hunter, that's an inspiring story, and I know you've got many of those stories, but I want to pivot for a second, because one of the things that I admire so much about this program is that we've been very persistent and insistent going after students with some college credit and showing them how it's so possible through this program, the flexibility of online learning, how they can basically design some of the things that they're interested in pursuing in their course options, but taking that credit they have and pushing them across the finish line.
So yeah, one of our main degrees is called Integrated Studies. It doesn't have a more specific name because the student can make it whatever they want. They can essentially build their own degree. The student comes to us and we ask them to give us 2 areas of emphasis that they choose with their advisor. Those areas of emphasis can be, you know, business and agriculture if they wanted. And they take a collection of classes from both of those, and they eventually graduate with a bachelor's in integrated studies. But so often, like you said, Andrew, we have these students come to us with 80, 90 hours of college credit, and then something happened, like they have children or they get a really great high-paying job. I talked to a female student last semester. Her name is Michelle, and she's 46 years old, been working since she was 18, but went to college, got 90 hours, had a kid, stopped going, and then she decided to come back, and she was looking around all over the place. And even though she lived in Murfreesboro, she was looking to see what fit best for her, and MTSU was one of the only places that accepted a bulk of her credits. Many college after college told her that she would have to almost start over because it had been 25 years since she attended a college class. At MTSU, she only had to retake like 1 English class.
Wow.
And then she was able to get in those core classes that she wanted, and she actually enrolled in our applied leadership program. And you actually know this one. We called a guy when he was at Bonnaroo. We didn't know that he was at Bonnaroo. We called him at Bonnaroo, and he answered the phone, and he was working. And we said, "Do you know you can graduate if you take these 2 classes?"
2 classes.
Yeah, and now he has a PhD, like 3 years later.
Yeah, it's one
insane.
of the great stories from your
It's
college.
insane, yeah.
And he made a successful career. Always gnawed at him that he didn't have that that completion.
Yeah, we always say, you know, finish faster at MTSU, and it really is. I mean, we have accelerated courses. All of these courses are online. In many cases, if you choose integrated studies, we try to help adults find those online classes so they can be flexible because they do have responsibility.
Hunter, I know you've got a website.
Yes.
Where all of these questions are answered. Where do I find it?
mtsu.edu/finishnow. So if you want to finish your degree, just head to .edu/finishnow.
That's great, and it takes you all the answers, takes you all the links you need to go further.
Absolutely.
Hunter, thanks for joining us, and congratulations. It's a great program, a real pride point of the university.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm Andrew Ottman, broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
It's so incredible, you know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jason Green, lead rhino keeper here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. I have the best job ever, taking care of endangered species and helping to prevent their extinction. Recently, my job led me on an exciting adventure to South Africa in search of white rhinos. Now you might wonder how a keeper here in Tampa can work in saving rhinos. Well, rhino conservation, in fact, the conservation of any species, depends on a lot of people all over the world working together in many different ways. Partnerships and working relationships between zoos and conservation organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and the International Rhino Foundation are the backbone to the fight to help protect the rhino. Working together, we're finding the solution to help protect these species. We've been caring for black rhinos for more than 30 years here at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. And over the years, we've learned an incredible amount about their reproductive physiology, dietary needs, and social behavior. And we've been able to measure our success with 7 healthy rhino calves born here at the park. Not long ago, 2 white rhinos came to Busch Gardens from other zoos in the United States. Since then, we've been learning all we can about the white rhinoceros so we can broaden our ability to help conserve them too. That's what ultimately led to my trip to South Africa, to bring 3 white rhinos here to a new home. But before I tell you about my trip, let me share with you why I think it is so important to save the rhino species. Rhinoceroses are one of the most endangered species in the world today, but it wasn't always that way. If you go way back in time, I'm talking millions and millions of years ago, there were many species of rhinos. In fact, scientists believe that at one time, rhinos were found on most of the world's continents. World Wildlife Fund's chief scientist, Eric Dinnerstein, has studied rhinos for decades.
Rhinos weren't always rare. In fact, rhinos are an example of probably one of the most successful groups of mammals that ever lived on the planet. But what we have today is just a depauperate group that's left. We have 5 species, 2 in Africa and 3 in Asia.
Rhinos were first found in North America, but some of these ancient rhinos migrated to Asia, and scientists believe that all living rhinos in Asia and Africa today are descendants of those animals. Ancient rhinos were small and looked more like the ancestors of horses, but without horns. Somewhere along the line, though, rhinos got much bigger. In fact, the largest known land mammal that ever lived was a member of the rhino family. The Endrincotherium, or giant giraffe rhinoceros, was approximately 28 feet long, stood 18 feet tall at the shoulder, and weighed 33 tons. The word rhinoceros comes from two ancient Greek words, rhino meaning nose and ceros meaning horn. Rhinos are the only animals on the planet that have horns on their noses. All other animals have horns that are on top of their head. That's probably where the myth of the unicorn started, from the ancient one-horned Asian rhino. In more recent times, though, some cultures believe that the rhino horn has special powers, and that's a big problem for the rhino. The very thing that makes this animal so unique is one of the leading causes of its demise.
Rhinos are endangered for several reasons. First and foremost is poaching for their horn. It goes into a number of Chinese traditional medicines. Another threat is the use of rhino horns, particularly the African rhinos, for dagger handles in parts of the Middle East.
It's hard to believe that an animal that was once so abundant is now so scarce, and most of the problems with the African rhino has only happened in the last 30 years. As recently as the 1970s, there were about 65,000 black rhinos in the wild. Today, there are only an estimated 2,700. White rhinos are in a little better shape, but there's only around 10,000 of them. Hey, Tim. Now, I work with both black and white rhinos. Actually, both those names are a little bit deceiving. They're both a light dull gray. Some of the biggest differences between the two are the shape of the lip and also what they eat. The black rhino has what's called a prehensile lip. This lip works like a large finger, and it makes easy work of pulling leaves off trees and bushes, the black rhino's favorite foods. Those food choices makes black rhinos browsers, animals that eat leaves, twigs, and small branches. White rhinos have wide lips, and most likely got their name from an Afrikaans word for wide, that's pronounced vite. A little misunderstanding, and the wide-lipped rhino became the white rhino, and the name stuck. These lips are best suited for eating grasses, so white rhinos are known as, you guessed it, grazers. Rhinos have an outstanding sense of smell. They can smell things hundreds of feet away. Adult rhinos have no natural predators. In fact, all the threats that rhinos face today are caused by humans. It seems only right that we should come to their rescue. Rhino conservation has become a global effort over the years. Conservation organizations like World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation work side by side with zoos and other interested groups worldwide. The biggest part of these organizations' work is concentrated on conserving wild rhinos in their natural habitats, and they've had a good level of success.
In Kruger National Park in South Africa, we've been involved from the beginning to try to bring back the white rhino populations, and that's been perhaps one of the best success stories of wildlife conservation in Africa. By providing money to help protect the park, stop poaching, provide infrastructure, we're on our way to a major recovery of this species.
South Africa pioneered this model of in situ rhino conservation. In situ means in the wild. The object of this kind of conservation program is to protect a core animal population, in this case rhinos, so overall numbers can increase. Then, some of the rhinos can be moved or translocated into another protected area to start a new group. The ultimate goal is to have at least 10 separate groups of 100 or more living in protected wild habitats. This system works to protect the rhino's genetic diversity, as well as to guard against losing the entire population to disease, famine, or poaching. Animal translocations have proven to be a successful method of conservation in the wild, especially with the white rhino in South Africa. One great byproduct of conserving large animals like the rhino is that many small species are able to survive as well.
There are many other diverse species that occur within the home ranges of these giant mammals, and so they become a very good flagship for us to focus on, because we know a lot more about the biology of some of these large mammals than we do of many of the smaller species, and if we can just capture large enough areas for protection, we'll be able to conserve those as well.
Okay, so back to my trip to Africa. You're probably wondering why I went there when my job is to take care of rhinos here. Well, one way of conserving animals is to learn more about them and provide good habitats and breeding programs here in zoos. Then that information is shared with other zoos, projects in the wild, and our guests here in the park. At Busch Gardens, we encourage people to make a personal connection with animals and learn more about them in their natural habitats. By doing so, we hope they'll be more interested in saving wildlife and more enthusiastic about doing things that can help. The animals here make great ambassadors for their relatives in the wild that are struggling to survive.
I think it's important to have rhinos serve in zoos, serve as good ambassadors for rhinos that live in the wild, and educate people and make them more aware, who ordinarily wouldn't be, of their situation and the plight that they're in, how endangered they are. And that's a very important thing to be doing. And to be more effective at that, we need to have rhinos in a number of different zoos around the country that can portray that message. But to do that, it means we have to have effective breeding populations of rhinos in zoos.
Most people believe that all the animals in zoos are from the wild, and that's just not the case. More than 80% of all the mammals in zoos are bred in zoos, from well-managed programs that help ensure genetic diversity and overall health of the animals. Sometimes, though, animals are brought to zoological facilities from the wild if the populations in the wild are consistently increasing. Sometimes it's done to avoid overcrowding in the limited habitat space available, and sometimes it's done to establish healthy conservation populations in other parts of the world. When wild-bred animals are relocated into zoological facilities, it strengthens and diversifies the existing gene pool of animals in zoos. That allows more breeding, which then allows more zoos around the world to have animals that can help to spread a conservation message. In turn, more animals means more opportunities to learn about them and collect information that will be useful not only to zoos, but to conservation projects in the wild as well. And it also helps to develop large, healthy groups of animals that could, in case a catastrophic event wipes out a wild population, be reintroduced to the wild. Well, that was a long answer of why I went to Africa. Here's the rest. It's short, I promise. Since we only have 2 male white rhinos, we went looking for females that we could bring back to the park to start a breeding program. A bonus would be new bloodlines that would produce genetically different offspring from any other white rhinos in the United States. So we contacted the International Rhino Foundation for help, because they coordinate the placements of white rhinos all over the world, including animals that can be moved from the wild. After a stringent review, the foundation put us together with Kruger National Park in South Africa. At Kruger, their white rhino conservation program has been so successful that they are able to relocate a number of white rhinos each year for conservation purposes. It looked like we had a match. Go ahead. And before long, I was on my way to Africa with Busch Gardens veterinarian Dr. Mike Burton. Now I was going to get to see how field conservation works halfway around the world, and hopefully escort 3 white rhinos back to a new home in Tampa. Our destination in South Africa is Kruger National Park, where preserving the delicate balance of people, wildlife, and habitat is a constant challenge. But it can be done, and Kruger's conservation program is an excellent example of a system that manages all of these pieces well on a daily basis. For over a century, this wildlife refuge has been carefully developed and maintained, and today it's rated one of the world's finest wildlife reserves. And with more than 3,500 white rhinos, it also has the largest population of white rhinos in the world. As soon as we arrive at Kruger, we go to meet Johan Milan and see the rhinos we'll be taking back. Johan is one of the vet techs that works on the capture team, and it's his job to care for the rhinos, make sure they're healthy and prepared for the move.
Welcome in South Africa. I suppose it's your first trip down here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think the main thing you're here for is the rhinos. Let's go and have a look at them.
Excellent.
There you go. Do you like it?
The rhinos that are brought here are chosen after a lengthy process. First, park rangers determine if any rhino group is too densely populated. If it is, then they determine which of those rhinos need to be moved. The next step is to decide whether it will be a translocation to another wildlife area or a relocation to a zoological facility. If it's a relocation, then the animals come here to be prepared for the transport. Over a period of months, the rhinos are moved along through a series of enclosures called bomas, where they are gradually acclimated to unfamiliar noises, vehicle traffic, and contact with humans.
So this is the bull.
Yep, this is a bull.
And about how old do you estimate he is?
Mike, he's about, I would say, between 5 and 7, 8 years old.
Okay.
We'll be taking 3 rhinos back to Busch Gardens, 1 male and 2 females. And Johan has been supervising their acclimation through the boma system for the last 8 months. And you start in those back bomas, and then
what
they
happens
work
is
their way up here.
We've got the stronger bomas at the back, where we put them in the first period. There's a sort of a way to do it. We've got a big camp, and then slowly but surely move them to the front after, say, 2 to 3 weeks. And then from there, once we're satisfied that they're doing well, they eat well, they defecate well, their health condition is fine, then we can bring them in here and make them used to the traffic and the people.
Animal health and safety is a #1 priority here, and everything is done to ensure that the animals are adapting well to the changes.
And if they don't seem to be adapting, you just turn back home?
We just take them straight away to where we've captured them. So they know the area, they know where's the water and everything.
The last step in the acclimation process is to move shipping crates into the enclosures with the animals. From this point on, the rhinos are fed in the crates, which makes them become just another non-threatening part of the rhino's environment. It's really amazing to see, you know, I mean, you hear wild white rhinos and stuff, and you see this rhino in here just calm as can be, just munching away, almost ignoring us.
Yeah, I think it's also important, you know, the period that they spend in these enclosures now, and also, like, we've had these crates in here for about a month. So they get used to it, they know where their food's coming in, and they know what's going.
It's really interesting for me to see how the BOMA system works, and how the rhinos have been prepared for the move. It's obvious that the rhino is the important thing in all of this. This isn't just about moving rhinos, it's about making sure that these rhinos are well taken care of, and that the people who get them know something about them that makes the transition easier. It's definitely all about taking care of the rhinos, and from the calm demeanor of the 3 animals that are going to Busch Gardens, the system seems to work really well. Tomorrow, we're going to see white rhinos in the wild.
Morning, Hank.
Good morning. Kruger stretches 350 miles north to south and is home to more different species of wildlife than any other sanctuary in Africa, and all the animals roam freely in the park, as much as possible without the interference of humans. Our guide Hayne is taking us to see the rhinos in the park. Now, the main purpose of our trip is to get familiar with the 3 rhinos that we'll be escorting back to Busch Gardens, but we also want to learn more about their behavior in the wild. It's important to me to see how they live in their natural habitat, because I think it will help me do a better job for the rhinos at the park. Kruger National Park is an amazing place, and as we head where Hayne thinks the rhinos will be today, we see all kinds of animals. And then we see evidence of rhinos. Oh, cool, we've got some lip drags that we can look at real quick. Very neat. Yeah, if you look, you can see, you can almost see the width of the white rhino's lip, and they've drug it through the ground, just smelling and tasting. Very neat. Very cool. There's quite a bit of them right through here, this little area. Looks like a cow and a subadult. There's some little bit smaller tracks in the ground. There's even some old lip rugs. Very neat. Let's go find these rhinos. Before we get to the rhinos, though, Hayne has something else that he wants to show us. Oh, cool. There's a little rhino rubbing post over there. Let's take a look at that real quick. I've seen the rhinos at the park turn stumps into scratching posts, but I'm really curious to see one in the wild. Ah, cool. What a great post. Look at this. You can see where they've just rubbed it smooth. This thing is...
leadwood, right?
Yeah, it's like hard as a rock. Insects can't even bore into it. It's so thick.
Hayne said he's seen this here for about 18 years.
Very cool. All right, let's go find some rhinos. Turns out we were really close. They're in a mud hole right up the road. Oh, cool. We've got 2 white rhino bulls. Look like adults.
So it's pretty common to see them then at this wallow, Hayne, is that right?
Yeah, Mike, they tend to come out here on a hot day, like today, and in the late afternoon they come for a cool down and a bit of a drink, so it's pretty regular for them to be here.
Don't they, for the most part, at least within a day or two, have some pretty average routines and patterns that they may travel?
Yeah, it's because they are territorial. They often follow the same route on a daily or on a 2-day basis, really, where they'll probably be passing the same spot. And that's when they visit their middens and do their territorial marking and so on.
It's good for us to see rhinos in the wild exhibiting some of the same behaviors as the rhinos at the park. It's a good confirmation that we're doing the right things for them.
So, Hayne, is it common to see two bulls together like this?
Yeah, it seems like when they're young like that, they will live in loose association like that, maybe 2 or 3 together.
Yeah, we have 2 young bulls back at the park that are together, and they get along really well, and we're just not sure what to anticipate as they get older, but they're doing really well right now.
Very cool. That's what we've been waiting for. On the way back, Hayne makes one more stop, and we meet another of Kruger's guides.
Mike? Huh?
Robbie, Jason Green.
Nice to meet you.
Great.
All right, you guys ready?
We're going trekking?
Yeah.
Awesome. Kruger guide Robbie Brendan is heading out to check on a large male that's supposed to be in the area, and he's letting us come along. We start seeing signs of rhinos not far down the path. Oh, there's a great big midden up here, great. A midden is essentially a rhino latrine or bathroom. Rhinos have a habit of returning over and over to the same location to defecate, which is part of marking their territory. This midden hasn't been visited in a few days, but it still serves its purpose.
What he does is when he defecates, he kicks around his dung, and obviously that's quite a strong scent beacon. So any other rhino that crosses that path will smell how they're moving into his territory.
Yeah, this is very similar to what the what our bulls will do in the park, and but we use the mitten piles a lot in determining health. You know, because they're such good liars, they don't want to let anybody know that they're sick. So one of the quickest ways to determine the health is through the fecal matter. Now we're really on the lookout for rhino, and we follow Robbie's lead to walk quietly. And then we see him. He's an awesome male, grazing calmly just beyond a small rise. You know, we've seen him from the road, and which is great, but to actually be an anthill distance away from one of these guys is just impressive. It's so incredible. You know, my heart's racing. It's really neat to see him up close.
It's completely different.
Yes. Robbie estimates that this rhino is about 15 years old and likely the one in charge of this territory. We stay watching until the rhino moves on. The walk back to the road is pretty quiet. I just keep thinking about the incredible experience we just had, face to face with one of Kruger's finest rhinos. What a day. Our last day at Kruger starts early because there are several other rhinos to be loaded for transport in addition to our 3. By 6 a.m., people are hustling everywhere, and soon everything is underway. After months of work to prepare the rhinos for the trip, the loading process moves really smoothly. Dr. Burton and I help when we can, but mostly we just take it all in. Since there's a lot of activity and extra people associated with the move, each rhino is darted with a mild sedative that relaxes it and keeps it calm, but won't knock it out. Next, Johan and his crew lure the rhino into the crate with a rice bag on a stick. I'm not sure why a rice bag on a stick works, but it does. And after the rhino is in the crate, the crew puts in the rear bars of the crate to secure the animal inside. Every crate is disinfected several times to keep from transporting any parasites along with the animals. Last, the outer doors of the crate go on, and it's lifted by a crane and set onto the flatbed semi that will transport the rhinos to the airport. I'm really impressed at how quickly and efficiently the rhinos are loaded. By 10 o'clock, we're ready to head for the airport at Johannesburg, and before long, these guys will be in their new home. I can't help but think what a fantastic trip this has been so far. I'm really proud to be part of a conservation effort that's making such a difference for an endangered species. Seeing white rhinos in the wild and being able to bring back rhinos to the park to establish a breeding program there, it's unbelievable. I really feel like I'm part of something that's going to last for a long time, kind of a legacy for the rhinos. After landing in Orlando, we made the short trip to Busch Gardens in Tampa, where we released the rhinos into our temporary quarantine facility. We always quarantine new animals for at least 30 days to protect the health of all the other animals at Busch Gardens, just in case the new animal has an undetected illness or disease that could be spread to the other animals here. Later, the Kruger rhinos will join the other animals on the park's Serengeti Plain, where we can share the story of these incredible animals with millions of guests every year. Going to Africa and coming back with these rhinos was an awesome experience. Getting a chance to see white rhinos in the wild, up close, and learning from the Kruger folks about how they care and handle the animals, I was able to bring back so much information to share with the animal care staff here. Without a doubt, this experience has given me a greater appreciation for my job and the animals that I take care of. Once these new rhinos are settled and comfortable enough to interact with us, we hope to learn more about them like we have with the black rhinos. There's a lot happening for black rhino conservation these days in terms of research and behavioral studies, and we want to be able to expand these studies to include white rhinos too. Knowledge is the key to providing the best care possible for the animals, and the things we've learned can have an impact on wild rhino populations too. The important thing is to find ways to save the rhinos long term. In the zoological world, it's long been said that animals will only breed if they're at ease and secure in their surroundings, and that seems like a reasonable deduction given the vulnerability of newborns. So having a successful breeding program is a good sign that animals are fully comfortable in their surroundings, and a successful breeding program is an important part of wildlife conservation. We've had a very successful black rhino breeding program here at the park. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to witness one of the births, but we've had 7 born here, all of them healthy babies. Most births have happened during the night, but we do keep a video camera running in the rhinos' night quarters, so at least we get to see it secondhand. And let me tell you, baby rhinos are the cutest things. Besides the obvious benefit of increasing the black rhino population, these births have given us the opportunity to learn an enormous amount about reproductive physiology and the rearing of calves. We've been able to get ultrasound images with the pregnant females. Then we monitor the blood for progesterone levels. Then, watching the mothers with their calves has really taught us a lot about their parenting skills. You'd think that since rhinos have been around for eons, there would be a lot of scientific information about them, but that's just not the case. It probably has to do with their general appearance and defensive behavior more than anything. For years, scientists just never broached the subject. But since there have been such great advances in animal care over the last 20 years in zoos, black rhinos have become more approachable and therefore more easily studied. One of the best benefits of animal care that works hand in hand with animal behavior is that routine health care can be done without anesthesia, and over time, even procedures like drawing blood can become routine. Being able to get regular blood and urine samples without stress to the animal opens up enormous possibilities in learning more about animal physiology for both individual animals and rhinos as a species. Jasper is a perfect example. He's a star performer in a groundbreaking immunology study on black rhinos being managed by the San Diego Zoo. Veterinarian Dr. Ray Ball coordinated sending samples from Busch Gardens, Tampa.
Jasper is essential in this program because he is so well conditioned. He responds extremely well to his keepers and to me and the other veterinarians here on staff, that he allows us to be able to take advantage of that and collect blood and do these projects.
2 other studies have depended on Jasper's cooperation. A program at Busch Gardens aimed at disease prevention, and a Kansas City Zoo project focused on nutritional factors in rhino health. It's all part of the big picture in rhino conservation, and working with other organizations that share the same dedication. Busch Gardens also works with a number of conservation organizations to support field projects around the world. To be successful, work in the field requires a lot of cooperation from a lot of people. World Wildlife Fund and International Rhino Foundation knows what it takes, but putting all the pieces together to save a species is the tricky part.
Clearly, The lessons that we've learned from conservation in the wild is that we need to focus on 4 things. We have to strictly protect the core areas where they live, the national parks where they're found, and stop poaching. If we have effective anti-poaching measures and anti-poaching information networks, we can really control poaching very well. The third thing that we have to do is to provide incentives for locals to want to live next door to rhinos and somehow benefit from their presence. And the final and most important aspect is bold leadership by government officials. If we don't have that, nothing else matters.
Conservation projects in the field can work, but it takes a lot of support to keep them going. So here at the park, we try to make our guests aware of the problems most animals face in the wild and encourage them to support environmental conservation. We're convinced that if we all do a small part and work together, we can ultimately make huge things happen.
I think that the partnership between organizations like Busch Gardens and World Wildlife Fund is critical because there's a large majority of the American public that's just unaware of how rapidly the world is changing around us, because most people don't travel to these remote areas to see the conversion of habitat that's occurring at an alarming rate. And so whether it's educating people about gorillas and the loss of habitat in parts of Africa, or the same thing here in Asia, it's critical that we are able to reach a large audience and make them sensitive to this issue.
Wildlife conservation will only work if people care about preserving the animals and the habitats, so education plays an important role in conservation success. That's the reason that zoological parks dedicate staff and resources to reach their guests with conservation information. Through up-close animal encounters and fun educational programs, zoos hope to increase public awareness and inspire a love for wildlife and a desire to help. Saving threatened and endangered species, and in the bigger picture, all wildlife, is a huge job, and it takes a lot of work and cooperation from a lot of different people. It also takes continued support from everyone who wants to see wildlife and wild places around for future generations. By working together, we can make a difference. To me, every species is important. But for many endangered and threatened species, time is running out. If we don't take steps to protect them now, they may vanish from the planet forever. And as far as I'm concerned, we just can't let that happen. Well, I gotta get back to work. These guys are counting on me. Bye.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board and Zoning Appeals, January the 31st regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you would review the minutes from the November 29th, 2002 regular meeting and give me a recommendation or any changes that you may see. Make a recommendation for the minutes, if you would, please.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second it is. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes moved on. Okay, new business. A request for sign variance, property located at 342 Mason Road, tax map 17, parcel 7.08, I2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Mason Road Holdings South LLC. Mr. Logan, please.
Thanks. This applicant is requesting a sign variance for their property at 342 Mason Road. This is also known as the Amazon property, and Amazon built the building there about close to 4 years ago. So you can see there on the screen, I have my pointer here. So this property is outlined in blue, is 342 Mason Road. So Amazon built this facility in 2019, probably the middle of 2019. So they had been here a couple years ago for a sign variance for some of the building signs, and this request is actually for the parking lot areas where the vehicles park, and it's also for the dock areas where the larger trucks dock to the facility. And so zooming in here, you can see a better view of the building, and it's sort of a sea of asphalt to the north and northwest of the building. So that's where a lot of these signs are going, if you've seen in the packet on your plans. The bulk of these signs are in the parking lot, especially for the delivery vans that are in and out of the facility all day long. So on the zoning map, this area is pretty solid industrial. Heavy industrial is the dark blue color. And then out here on Waldron Road, the red color is C2, which is commercial. So here's some photos of the facility. So they were here in the last couple of years for a sign variance for some of these signs you see in front of the building. And this is one of the areas, you can see the vans to the left. So of course, because it's Amazon, there's many vehicles all the time entering and exiting and also driving around the site. This is another view of the property. This is looking basically to the north. But you can see all these vans in the parking lot, pretty typical, what you'd expect. So in the packet, the sign plans that they submitted, they have 17 different panes that show the different signs that they're requesting. And a lot of these signs are directional signs, wayfinding signs. So this is the overview, kind of from 10,000 feet. And this is in your packets as well. So you can see where they've marked where they're putting all these signs. This is, some of these are for the docks on the actual building, but a lot of them are going out, way out in the parking areas, away from the building. And this is just an example. There's a lot of signs like this. Most of them are small, but you can see a lot of directions: no idling, turn off engine, no smoking area, all those things that are needed to run that many vehicles in a large facility. So, and by the way, some of these, if certain directional signs are allowed without going to BOZA. So if this was a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A, there's certain directional signs that can be put up, like in and out of Kroger, but there's so many that staff felt it was a good idea that they go to BOSA. And I believe that finishes the report. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Is there a representative here this evening? If you would step to the podium, raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Jenny Gosney, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you much. You have any comments on Mr. Logan's report?
No, he covered everything. I can answer any questions you have.
Do you have any questions from the board members that would like to ask the applicant?
I have a question. Does a lot of this signage promote safety around the property?
Yes, that's actually the intended purpose for most of the signage. It's directing the delivery vans where to go and where to park so that the facility can operate under a safer and more efficient environment.
As well as pedestrian traffic?
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. So all these are all internal, meaning that they're all on site for the internal purpose. And there's two changes to existing monuments. What are the changes?
So in the bottom middle here, that's what the monument sign will look like proposed. And I believe he had a picture of what is at the site currently, and it'll be changing that.
Okay, so on that picture there behind, so Bo, go back to the pictures if you would, Bo.
That one right there.
Oh, that one, okay. So you're just changing the information on there for directions?
Yes, it's just a modification for directions.
Okay, good. All right. And all the signs are similar in style and
Yes.
text?
The
Yes?
proposed design of like the monument sign very closely matches that one that you see on the screen.
And are any of these signs lit, backlit?
Nope, none are illuminated.
All full daylight use. Good deal. Appreciate it. Any other questions? With that, I'll accept a motion to accept or deny the request for the sign variance.
Make a motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that item taken care of, we'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission, January 31st, 2023 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the December 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Second item of business, preliminary plat, Mission Hills, sections 1 through 6, 275 lots on 120.71 acres, requested by SEC, property located at 703 Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by John M. Gilliand Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. Real quick, just two reminders. The Planning Commission workshop for February was moved to Monday, the 13th. So for those of you all who are used to the Tuesday night, it'll be Monday the 13th at 5:30 in this room. And then the training is Saturday, the 25th of February. And that starts at 8, it runs 8 to 12, and that's up the street at the Planning and Codes Office, Stormwater Building, 5175 Murfreesboro Road. If you have any questions, please call me, and I'll be glad to help with any of that.
Sir.
So this request is for Mission Hills preliminary plat approval. This is sections 1 through 6, and this these phases have 275 lots on roughly 120 acres. So you can see there on the screen, it's the property outlined in blue, and it's a very large wooded tract. And there you see just a little bit closer view. This is I-24 to the north and east. And Woodland Hills is all of these homes here to the north that you see. So that's the neighbor to the north. And then down here to the south is Blair Road, and runs east and west here south of the property. And the zoning map, this property is all zoned R3, which is high density residential. And also the neighboring property to the south is also zoned the same. And there is industrial to the east, and then R1 zoning to the west. And these are photos taken from Waldron Road. This project's been here a few times throughout the last year, but this is the main entrance off Waldron. There is a gate there. You'll see it in the photos. And primarily, that's the only way that's really visible in and out of this property is from there at Waldron Road. But again, it's heavily wooded, and on the screen now is the plan that shows all of the phases 1 through 6. And this one, the developer will build a new entrance road from Waldron Road that will take you into the development, and then these are the lots to the south of that new road, the single-family lots. And then this large tract to the south of that is will be a multifamily tract that will come through the Planning Commission with a site plan separately from the single-family products. And then this is just deeper into the development. There's some common area that's shown, and there's a closer view of that area. And there's not been any staff comments now for a couple months. They probably could have gone through in December or possibly gotten approval, but I think with the Christmas holiday, they just chose to defer instead of coming to that meeting on the 27th. So there weren't any comments then either, but that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And items number 3, 4, 5, and 6 have deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village. Property located off Sand Hill Road, requested by Womble and Associates. R2 medium density zoning district and R3 high density residential zoning district. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the subdivision acceptance for Minerva Village, and this property is located on Sand Hill Road on the south side. You can see here the location just off to the east is Sand Hill Village, and the Dollar General there at the three-way stop near Dollar General. So anyway, this is off Sand Hill on the south side, and there's a closer view of the property. There is 2 zoning classifications here. The R2 is the lots here that you see arranged up and down the main road is R2, and then there'll be a townhome component, which is R3, and that's on the west side of this development. And here's one of the plans that's been taken out of the plan set from Womble and Associates that shows the lot arrangement. And then this is the final plat for the entire development, phase 1 and 2. This is the final plat for both of those. And I'll turn it over now to Mr. Lyde. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please.
I can take this one. I've been working with a developer on it. They have turned everything in, the as-builts, the irrevocable dedication forms in draft. There is a cash bond on this one, so everything has been taken care of, and it's in order and ready to be accepted.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So on this one, we'll be accepting a motion for favorable or unfavorable recommendation to Mayor and Alderman.
So moved.
We have a motion for
Second.
favorable and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 8, bonds and letters of credit update, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. We did receive the one that we was waiting on January 19th, so it's been extended for one year. Everything else is up to date, all the way up to June, so once it gets closer to June, we'll get in contact with them to get that one extended.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments on the bonds? Item number 9, motion to set a public hearing for March 28th, 2023 for a resolution to amend section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations regarding fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. And final item, questions or comments? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to LaVergne City Hall. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the mayor for the city. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill establishing Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday as a federal holiday. In January 1986, the first holiday was observed. As so many of you know, Dr. King represents the best in us. We're proud to remember his resilient fight for justice and equality for all people. Dr. King's historic 1963 I Have a Dream speech was one of the most memorable and impactful moments in his service to humanity. The words of his speech resonated and promulgated a movement that changed the course of history for this nation and for the world. Dr. King embraced and promoted service, justice, nonviolence, and much, much more. All of these years later, his appeal to our humanity and compassion rings to our value of inclusion and that everyone belongs. Today, we're honored that you would join us. We have some wonderful speakers, and we hope that you will take to heart Dr. King's message. Thank you.
Good morning. We'll start the ceremony this morning with a prayer by Pastor Brenda Bryant with Life of Victory Ministries.
Praise the Lord. It's such a blessing to be before you today and to stand as one of the intercessors I call for the LaVergne community. Let us bow our heads and pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, as we come before your throne this afternoon, we just want to give you glory, honor, and praise for this day and this opportunity. I remember as an 11-year-old sitting on the piano stool when Dr. Martin Luther King was shot as I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee. And so, Father, just to see the crowd that's in this room today and what you're doing in and through your people is just a blessing. And so, Father, we just pray right now that you bless this great city of LaVergne, Tennessee, the mayor, bless all the leadership and the aldermans. And Father, we pray right now that you bless our time together and that you bless our speakers to speak a word in due season. And so, Father, we thank you that just as Dr. Martin Luther King was faithful even unto death to God's call upon his life, let us realize in the words that are being spoken to us today that we must remember the church, the children of God, called to do so much more other than just posting in social media, but a renewed commitment today to go forth from this room today with assignments, Lord God, so that lives will be changed, Lord, for the glory of God. And so, Father, we thank you for our time together, and we give you all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Our first guest speaker is a one-time resident of LaVergne. She is an advocate for change in her community. She hosted the first Juneteenth celebration here in LaVergne in 2020. Please welcome Sharmil Babalosa.
First, I just want to thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here today, to see all your faces. This year is one of the first that I'm not actually in Atlanta. We would go every year to celebrate a junior theater festival with our kids since they were in the second grade. They're now 17 and 15, about to graduate high school. And every year we would go and participate in this festival, and it was always so it was so inspiring to see thousands of children and parents and teachers from all over the country who would come together for this celebration to celebrate the arts and music in spectacular fashion from all different walks of life, from all different races and backgrounds. So I'm happy to be here with you all today and to kind of you know, even to celebrate Dr. King's legacy in an intentional way, because while I know that the founders of the Junior Theater Festival realize the symbolism of having that event in Atlanta on this weekend, it's nothing like actually being able to celebrate his life and his legacy intentionally, and to bring light to the change that his actions actually created. Initially, I thought, what can I say about a life so well lived? But then I realized Dr. King's life was not always well lived. Yes, he lived in the fullness of the Lord and in his faith, but much of his life he must have lived in fear. Nelson Mandela once said, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." While Franklin D. Roosevelt said, "Courage is the assessment that something else is more important than fear." Dr. King answered his call to action and his call to ministry courageously. As a Black boy growing up in the Jim Crow South, he was called to action. As a college student at only, I said 16, but I stand corrected, he was 15 years old. He was called to action, as were his parents. I think of my own children growing up at a time such as this, and I can't imagine what fear Reverend and Miss Alberta King must have felt as their son went off to face a world that he was called to lead. I can't imagine their courage, but I can understand their faith. The entire King family had been called to action. My aunt recently reminded me, after seeing a rather disrespectful social media post, that he was the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Reverend, like his father before him and his daughter after him. They were all called to action. How do we know that Dr. King was called, you might ask? Because you don't answer a calling like the one set before Dr. King and do so the way that he did while being threatened, yet he continued to answer, while being lied on, yet he continued to answer, being spit upon, and he continued to answer, being called everything but the child of God that he was, and yet he continued to answer. How about being thrown in jail for peacefully defying the most unjust system of oppression set in place to do everything but stop him from becoming the very thing that this country needed, and yet he continued to the call. Dr. King was there. Dr. King knew there was a calling on his life. He knew he had been called by God to the most important action that there is, to love. Was Dr. King not a leader? Yes, he was. Was he not a teacher? Yes, he was. Was he a husband, a father, a theologian, a scholar, a freedom fighter, and a civil rights leader? Yes, he was. He was indeed all of those things and so much more. But of all those things, he knew his most important role was to show love, to show this world to love. Moreover, he didn't think himself so grand that his love was any greater than yours or mine. He knew this calling was for each and every one of us, and that it would take the love of all of us to overcome the hate and darkness that exists in this world. In his Love in Action speech, Dr. King said, "Nothing in this world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity." This was a reference to him, or this was a reference to Jesus saying, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." How could Jesus say that about men who were literally sending him to his death? He could say that because he loved them. America is essentially a dream that is yet unfulfilled. It is a dream of a land where men of all races, all nationalities, of all creeds can live together as brothers. Another quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. Now we say, in this day and age, how could Dr. King say something like that about America? We say that about many people who have criticisms about America. Didn't he know in many ways this was the best country on earth? And then others of us might say, or didn't Dr. King know that America at that very time was a country that did not love him back the way he loved her? Yes, he could say that because despite all her flaws, America was in need and deserved to be loved, and he loved her enough to fight for her freedom. Love is the most durable power in the world. This creative force is the most potent instrument available in mankind's quest for peace and security. Agape is the love of God working in the lives of men, not because they're likable, but because God loves them. Another one of Dr. King's famous quotes. One that explained the love that he lived, as love is what it does. Whether you believe in God, whether you believe in any higher power at all, we all believe in love. The power of love. Love hurts, love stinks, love and happiness. Love is a many splendid thing. Love is all we need. Love is all we need to continue the fight Dr. King so courageously dedicated his life to. Now, Dr. King did not lay down his life. It was taken in an act of hate. We must remember that. We must admit that his children grew up without a father. His late wife, the Mrs. Coretta Scott King, on many anniversaries thereafter, mourned her husband as a young woman. His mother, assassinated as she sat at the piano in her own church some 6 years after his death. We must remember that lest we diminish their sacrifice. But God, but love. Love raised up his wife to continue his fight to make this very day a holiday, so that we could remember every day as America is closer to living up to his dream. His dream of love. Love raised up his children to be lovers of God, theologians, and freedom fighters, just as their predecessors. Love brought us all here today to honor Dr. and Mrs. King, to honor America, to honor one another, and our own call to action, to love one another as Dr. King did, and most of all, as God loves us. Because if you could only see from where I'm standing, from where Dr. King stood, from this perspective so many times, how beautiful we are, how we can be when we are looked upon as God sees us, as we should be, in love. Thank you.
All right. Our next guest speaker represented the 90th House District of Tennessee from 1995 to 2020. He serves as Governor Lee's senior advisor and as a member of his cabinet. He once marched with the late Dr. King and was in the audience during his famous mountaintop speech. Please welcome John DeBerry.
You know, there are times in life when we look within ourselves and we take an introspective examination of ourselves and we realize how good God has been to us, how gracious, how kind, how merciful He has been to us. When He gives us years and days, He gives us those times that we can reflect, when we can look back on our history and realize how far we've come, what it took to get us there, to hear folks speak as eloquently as the young lady before me has just done and say things so profound that the whole world needs to hear, it makes an old guy like me feel pretty good. And I realize that a lot of the things that we fought for back in those days, and a lot of the things that my father and my mother, the things that they were marching for and standing for and speaking for, the things that Dr. King died for, that America, as she said so well, this dream, I believe, can come true because of its people, because of our heart, because of the love we have for one another. The Lord said something one time. He said that by this shall all men know that you are my disciples. He said, because you love, or in that you love one another. It is that love, that agape love, that demonstrates something different about us as human beings. When God created us, he didn't create us as just living creatures. He'd already created the living creatures. Then he said something different. The Godhead, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, said, now that the world is done, the environment is complete, the sea, the oceans, the rivers are populated, the creatures are running and flying and swimming and crawling, he said, now let us make man. But God said something else about man, man being a duality. He said, let us make man in our own image and after our likeness. God expects more of us. And this is what Dr. King stood for as a preacher, as a theologian, as a man who was a freedom fighter, as an individual who was a light to a nation in a moment of darkness that spread across the land. He was a light that made us look at ourselves. It wasn't complimentary what we saw, but what he made us see, because we were good people, we changed ourselves. And America changed. I watched that change. Dr. King was born January 15, 1929. That young man, born to a father who was a preacher, who took on his name just as I did. I took on my father's name. And this young man was killed April 4th, 1968. He went to Morehouse College. He was a man who was educated in the Word of God and also educated in the affairs of man academically. But there was something about him that was obviously a standout from the very beginning of his life that could be clearly seen. And I remember the times that I got a chance to meet him. I remember my father and others there in Memphis as they were planning and talking about civil rights. I was a teenager. I understood most things, but there are a lot of things I did not understand. You see, there are some things I wasn't given an opportunity to choose. I did not choose my color. I did not choose my gender. I did not choose many of the things that defined me when I was born February 5th, 1951. On my birth certificate was a word. It said colored. And that meant that everything about my life would be defined by that word that was on my birth certificate. What I had going for me was a group of parents who were much like Dr. King's, because I was always told that what other folks think about me is not my affair. That is not my business. That the only thing that I need to be concerned about is who I am, who I think I am, and how I present myself. There are some things I wasn't given the choice as I said, but I choose to have a positive attitude. I choose to love my country. I choose to love my fellow man. I choose to love right and wrong, the law, the rule of law. I choose those things. So when my family raised money in 1963, when Dr. King had the power and the authority, the charisma and the influence to call men and women, black and white, of all ethnicities, cultures, and mindsets and religions, call them together to stand up for the best that was in America. It was like a wake-up call, because my family raised money. My dad would be the representative of the family there in Washington in 1963. I remember looking at the little black and white television that we had in my grandmother's, in my grandmother's home, and even in that sea of souls, wondering where my dad was when Dr. King was making that speech. Dr. King stood up on that day, and he made a speech I'm sorry. He made a speech that changed the world. That speech changed the world. Because of the things that he said on that day, a lot of us were given courage to stand where we were supposed to stand. Excuse me, and thank you. Where we were supposed to stand if we're going to make America what America is capable of becoming. I can hear it like it was yesterday when he said, I have a dream that the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down on the table or at the table of brotherhood. What a wonderful concept. In a nation that was divided by color, in a nation where when I went to school, everybody looked like me, in a nation where I can remember seeing the colored and the white signs above water fountains and at doors and going to the zoo on Tuesday because that was colored day. To hear a man say, with white men, black men, Jews, Gentiles, and folks of all cultures, ethnicities, standing there with him, saying, we agree and amen, it's time for this to happen in America. This was a movement that the world looked at, and it literally not just changed America, but Dr. King changed the world. Because other nations that had similar laws and rules and mores and cultures that were separating its people also decided it was time for the world to change. When he said, I want my little children to be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, he was saying something that resonated with me because my parents, as I said, they talked about character, who I'm supposed to be, how I'm supposed to act. My dad would say, Nick, he called me Nick. He said, you got my name, don't you mess up my name. And whenever I would go somewhere, he would remind me that it's my character, not my circumstances. It's my character, not the challenges that lie before me, that it was my character that would carry me on for the rest of my life. And I appreciate that so much about them because they never allowed us to get caught up in the negative implications of those things that were happening around us. Governor Bill Lee and myself, we were talking just the other day as he wanted to record something for the state on Dr. Martin Luther King Day. And we were talking about how it changed both of us, him being 10 years old at the time, riding his bike, me being 17 years old at the time, downtown with my father, participating in the march, and also watching the things that were happening there in downtown Memphis, how it changed us, hearing about the death of Dr. King. We had been there the night before. It was a terrible night. It was a rainy night. It was a stormy night. And many folk were coming into the temple. They were coming in wet after the march. I remember my dad bringing home the sign, the I am a man sign, and setting it there in front of my grandmother's television. And when the time came for the marches, my mother and grandmother had made sandwiches and wrapped a mason jar full of iced tea covered in a towel to be given to Dr. King and many of the other marchers at that particular time. Going downtown there in Memphis to see men and women, black and white, Jew, Gentile, of all ethnicities and colors, joining hands. And they marched down the streets of Memphis singing, "We Shall Overcome." They weren't singing it as some type of empty hymn. They were singing it with a determination that we're going to change this nation. We're going to change these laws. We're going to open these doors. We're going to present these opportunities to our young people. Everybody understood at that time that it wasn't about what was happening right then. It was about the future of the greatest country that God has ever granted to exist on this earth. That's what it was about. We shall overcome meant that as a people, that as a nation, that we were going to demand that the Constitution be believed, be understood, and be upheld for all of God's people. Dr. King was not trying to destroy this nation, because regardless of our political differences, our racial tension and division, our social and economic diversity, our past failures, faults, flaws, and mistakes, Dr. King wanted this nation to be great, to live up to its greatness. Dr. King made a statement that I suppose that a lot of young folks today or older folks today who don't understand who this man was. He was not someone that was divisive. He was not an insurrectionist. He was not someone trying to destroy the nation. He was a patriot. And what he wanted was, I am an American. We have contributed to the health, the length, the span, the width, the economics, the power of this nation, and he wanted to participate as an equal citizen in those things that God had provided. So Dr. King said something that some folks today might call Uncle Tomish. He said, we may have come on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. And in saying that, what Dr. King is saying, if the country goes, if we lose these freedoms, if we lose all of these things that blood has been shed and run like water and war after war after war to preserve our freedom, he's saying if we lose it, we have lost everything, and all of us, regardless of our ethnicity, will find ourselves in a terrible position if we should lose this country. Everybody seemed to understand at that time that it was about the salvation of a nation, and all of us should be part of that salvation. Jesus said it first. Abraham Lincoln wasn't the first to say it. Jesus was the first to say it, that a house divided against itself shall not stand. In 1963, the same time that Dr. King is trying to pull the nation together, our enemy in Russia, Khrushchev, in that same year, was saying and sending a message to America, we're going to take your country. We're going to destroy your country. Khrushchev said, we're going to take America and we're going to do it without firing a shot. You know why? Because he was looking at the America before Dr. King. He was looking at the America before our awakening. He was looking at the America before we decided that we're going to act in our best interest. He says, I'm going to pit black folks against white folks against black folks, rich folks against poor folks against the educated against the illiterate. In other words, he says, without firing a shot, we're going to take your country. And I think that all of us need to take an introspective examination of ourselves and ask ourselves, if we are allowing those who look at America with a greedy vigilance, who want what many of us have taken for granted, that if we are preparing ourselves and positioning ourselves to where our enemy can easily take what we seem not to realize are blessings from God. When this nation was started, there were no democracies, there were only monarchies. There were no human rights. You had the rights that the kings and queens granted you. America is an experiment that had never been taken on before, and all of us have a part of it. When we look at our history, we can see that everybody has contributed to what America has become. Dr. King made a statement when he was in college at Morehouse that is prophetic and scary at the same time. Dr. King said, if we are not careful, our colleges and universities will produce a group of closed-minded, unscientific, illogical propagandists consumed with immoral acts. He said, be careful, teachers, be careful, brethren. When we look around now at many of our public schools, we look around now at many of our public institutions, we have lost the ability to worship a God who we claim is a creator. There are too many of us who go to the zoo to visit relatives because they don't believe that God created man from the dust of the earth and breathe into his nostrils the breath of life. We have too many institutions that have pulled us away from the basic principles that Dr. King stood for. We can celebrate anybody. We can have parades. We can have bands walking down Beale Street and Broadway and the streets of LaVergne and the streets all over this nation. But how many folks have walked away from the principles that made Dr. King Dr. King? How many have walked away from the character traits that he instilled in his children and taught us to instill in our own? It's one thing to say we celebrate him, but do we respect him? Do we respect what he stood for and ultimately what he died for? When Dr. King spoke, he said, "We will reach the goal of freedom in Birmingham and all over the nation because the goal of America is freedom." He said, "Abused and scorned though she may be, our destiny is tied up with the destiny of America." Later that same year in 1963, August 28, my dad, who was a Korean War veteran, was at the speech, and he was at many of the marches. Dr. King did not seek to destroy America, but demanded that America keep her promise to God and to all of her people. He drew from those promises made in our great documents, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States. When the architects of our republic, he said, and oftentimes he spoke as though he, as a black man, was the heir of these promises. He spoke of the forefathers as though they belonged to him also. So when he said the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. The note was a promise that all men, black and white, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Dr. King understood, and he said when the students all over the South started sitting in at lunch counters, I knew that as they were sitting in, they were really standing up for the best of the American dream and taking the whole nation back to those great wells of democracy which were dug deep, notice what he said, by the founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution. I remember standing there. I got up and gave a woman who had just come in out of the rain my seat. Dr. King was standing there. He spoke eloquently, as he always did, but his voice was shaky. There was a demeanor on his face that I had never seen. I'd always seen him confident. I had always seen him a man who was focused on what he was doing and why he was doing it. I had always seen him as a man that inspired me to the extent that as a young teenage boy, and even as the governor said, as a young 10-year boy on his bicycle, and watching those speeches, how it set both of us on a course to where God has placed us today. But that night was different. His voice was different. His demeanor was different. He was looking around the room as he spoke. And I spoke to my father when we left the speech. I remember him saying that he had been to the mountaintop. He said, I may not get there with you, but I believe that we as a people will get to the promised land. And that just didn't ring right with me. Going to the promised land without Dr. King, our leader, the one who has inspired us, the one who has called us together, opened our eyes, strengthened our backs, made us stand up, made us be proud. I may not get there with you. That didn't sound right to me. I talked to my father when we got in the car and we were heading back to my grandmother's house. We had moved to Alamo, Tennessee, Crockett County, and so we were coming back and forth to the marches because we were publishing a newspaper in Crockett County. And I asked my dad, what was going on? Why was Dr. King not himself tonight? He said to me that he had received death threats, that there were people who told him that he would not leave Memphis. There were folks who told him that he was going to die that day or die and not leave Memphis alive. I remember thinking about that as my dad was saying it and having such a tremendous respect for a man that knew that there was a target on his back, that there were those who wanted him dead. President Kennedy had been shot. Others had been assassinated. So it was not unheard of that a man could be killed at a time when he was threatened. And I remember just thinking, Lord, please protect Dr. King. And then that next day, we were on our way back home. We had taken our pictures. The marches were mostly over, and we were on the way back to go to Bible class, and we were going to come back the next day. And we always stopped in Brownville, Tennessee, because there was a payphone there, and my mother would call my grandmother and let her know, we're in Brownville. We'll call you when we get home. When she called, I heard my mother scream. She ran back to the car. She said, Dr. King has been shot. We got back in the station wagon. We turned around in Brownville and headed back to Memphis. And when we got there, of course, you know that it had all broke loose, the riots and everything. My dad had to pull me away, and we went back to get out of the fray because of all that was going on at that particular time. This man knew that he was going to die. He knew that something bad was going to happen. But he said, I have been to the mountaintop and I have seen the promised land. I remember when Jesus said, was on the mountaintop, and I'll be done in just a second. And Jesus had gone back to heaven, and the apostles were standing there looking up into heaven. Jesus gone. Do you see him, Peter? No, I don't. Do you see him, James? No, he's gone. He gone back up there. The angel came to them and said, what are y'all doing? What are you doing standing here gazing up into heaven? He said, he told you what to do. He told you to go to Jerusalem. He told you to go tell the world what had happened in Jerusalem and what had happened to him. He gave you your orders, and you're still standing here on the mountaintop. It's been 50 years, and there are some of us still standing on the mountaintop, still looking and gazing up into heaven instead of going down off the mountain and getting the job done. Instead of us working together and standing together and worshiping together and studying together and making America what it's capable of becoming with the grace of God, because God has blessed America. The time is for us to come down off the mountain and for us to get done what Dr. King and so many others gave their life to provide. Our government, he said, should be a reflection of the heart and soul of its people, not its people's puppets or the desires of the government. God wanted us and wants us to this day to make a stand for what is right, for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and also for one another. Booker T. Washington said something once, and he was scorned for saying it. He said, a lie doesn't become the truth. Wrong doesn't become right. Evil doesn't become good just because a majority has accepted it. What we've got to do is understand that at any moment now, we could lose it all if we don't stand together. I want you to keep this in mind. When any group or tribunal has the power to censor our speech, regulate our thinking, demand our compliance, punish our defiance, prohibit our self-defense, suppress our voting opinion, silence our voices, restrain and restrict our free will, we have already lost our liberty and forfeited our freedom and accepted tyranny. We as Americans have got to stand together. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot unwrite history. You cannot rewrite history. All you can do is learn from history and write a better future. If these young folks sitting here are going to have the blessings that we had, I was one of those who threw my hands up at a certain point after what happened to Dr. King, some of the things that my father went through, some of the things my family went through. I was ready to say, you know what, it may not be worth saving. God got me good. You know what he did? He gave me grandchildren. He gave me grandchildren. And when that little girl wrapped her little hand around my finger and I looked in her eyes, I said, God, I get it. I get it. I get it. I understand what you're trying to tell me. And it gave me a new vigor, a new love for my country, a new love for my fellow man that says, you know what, we got to get this done. We got to get it done. We are the example of the world. You're the light on a hill. You're that shining light that the world is looking to for an example. Eleanor Roosevelt carried around a little piece of paper in her wallet till the day she died. She was the first lady for Franklin, who had to sit every night and look at the reports of how many men and women had died on the battlefield. Young men and women climbed into B-17s, 29s, Mustangs. Men and women flew those planes all over Europe. Black men, black women, white men, white women, and even those of Native Americans and Asian descent fought for this country. She had a piece of paper, and it said, "Lest I continue my complacent ways." She said, as long as there is war, remind me that someone died for me today. And she says, unless I lose sight of what is true, she said, make me remember and ask, was I worth dying for? That's what all of us are about to ask ourselves. When you go to the veteran cemetery, my dad is in that veteran cemetery, a Korean War veteran. He fought for his country, as many of your folks did also. We got to ask ourselves, even with Jesus' death, am I worth dying for? Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is February 2nd, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Vice Mayor No. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 5th, 2023 regular meeting. We will have departmental reports, and then we have first reading ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. And I want to say we discussed this last month. This shouldn't be first reading. That's just a typo. This is second reading. But we discussed this last month. This was just an overhaul and updating of our purchasing rules and regulations. Does anyone have any questions on that? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. First, we have approve or reject city bids and purchases. Ms. Felicia.
Good evening, Alderman Mayor. First on the agenda here is the Badger water meters. That is a sole source because of our software. Let's see which one. I try to put them in order. The chemicals for the sewer, as you can see, that's a significant increase, but we don't have a choice. They are going to look into options, but those options could damage pipes. So we're going to do our best to hold that back, but wanted to bring that before y'all because this is a Metro requirement for our sewer to go to Metro. We have the traffic signal and high mast lighting maintenance bid. This is for all traffic signal lighting and the high mast out at I-24. We only had one bid, but this is the second time we bid it. Last time we didn't get anybody. And then we have the leak detection. And as you can see with the quotes, that one, any questions?
And Richard's Leak Management, that's the group we've been using.
We've been using them all along.
Gentleman we commonly refer to as the water whisperer. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he has done a good job. We've got it, he's got it down.
Oh, yes. Yes, he's found very small leaks and very large leaks over the years.
So he's done a really good job.
Does anyone have any questions on the bids, purchases? Thank you, Felicia.
Thank you.
Next, we have the approve amended street lighting agreement with NES for the installation of LED street lights. And this is similar to the Middle Tennessee Electric one that we did last month. So this is tied to the PATH street lighting, where we're updating all the lights in the city to LED. Does anyone have any questions? And the underappreciated or the undepreciated capital costs for this that we'll have to pay NES is $369,940.79. Next, we have approved purchase agreement with Big Man Geophysical LLC to conduct a ground-penetrating radar investigation at 399 Stones River Road for the Tornado Safe Room project. This is tied to that FEMA Safe Room project that we've been working on down near the senior center. And as part of that, we have to do some archaeological surveying of that property. They've already done some initial work that could be approved by city staff, but due to the cost of the ground-penetrating radar portion, that needed to be brought back to the board. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. D, approve facility use agreement with Julianne Holbrook for the Zumba program. And this is just a regular agreement with them that we've done in the past for Zumba services at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve facility use agreement with Aaliyah Bigsley for the Dance and Majorette program. Again, this is another multipurpose building facility use, and we do these usually every year. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have approved facility use agreement with Jacqueline Dixon for the Jazzercise program at the multipurpose building. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to G, approved contract with Pyro Shows Incorporated for the Independence Day fireworks display. We're entering into our third and final year of our contract with this group, so they do our Independence Day celebration. Does anyone have any questions? H, ratify the approval of a memorandum of understanding with Motlow State Community College for the fire department emergency medical technician training. And this is just training for our firefighters, and total cost of this is $11,200. This is part of the budget for the fire department. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to I, approve and authorize the police chief to sign the Rutherford County, Tennessee Child Protective Investigative Team and Child Protective Investigative Management Team interagency agreement and memorandum of understanding, and the Rutherford County, Tennessee CPIT Investigative Protocol Agreement. And this is just basically an interagency agreement for the police chief to sign. They use it to identify, investigate, prosecute, and treat cases of child abuse, child sexual abuse, neglect, and drug-endangered children. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to J, approve paving improvements to the front parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park. And this is, just as it sounds, for paving improvements for the front of Veterans Park. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to K, approve agreement with the Tennessee Department of Health. This is our annual agreement with them, and this is a $4,000 agreement with the health department, and this is part of the budget. Does anyone have any questions? Then we have L, approve strategic planning retreat to be held March 8th through the 10th of this year. This is where we have, basically over the years as a city, we've changed, and instead of having any type of strategic planning, it's turned into basically it's a pre-budget workshop where the departments talk to the board about who they are and their staff and what they've done before we get to the budget. And it's not really strategic and trying to come up with a plan for the next 3, 5, 10 years for the future. So that's what this is for us to have a strategic planning retreat, and it will do that, set goals for the next 5 to 10 years, and how we actually get to those goals. Because you can set them, but if you don't have a plan to actually get there, those goals are useless. And so the total cost of this is $12,000, and this is open to the public. This is trying to think if there's anything else with this. There's the overall goal of this is to set a city a pathway forward for everyone, and so we want to make it better for all of our citizens, which is the ultimate goal. Any questions on this? Okay, moving on to M, approved contract for repairs at the front concession stand at Veterans Memorial Park. During the December freeze, or a few of the pipes busted in the bathrooms there, causing some significant damage. We've worked with our insurance company, and we are looking to approve a contract to go ahead and get those repairs done so that whenever fall starts, that whole area is ready to go. The total cost we're looking at is estimated to be $24,031, and insurance should reimburse the city for this minus our regular deductible, just like any insurance. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to N, approve additional street paving for fiscal year 2022-2023. In July, we went ahead and approved paving LaVergne Lane, David's Way, Lake Road, Murray Lane, and Mason Road at the time. Staff recommended that Holland Ridge and Bill Stewart be brought back at a later date to determine if they could be added to the paving list with a budget amendment. That's what this does, is this adds them onto that, and then we'll have a budget amendment for that. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-02, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 28 parcels 10 and 11 consisting of approximately 4.3 acres located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard from a agricultural zoning district to an R3 high-density residential zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation at the Planning Commission on December 27, 2022. A public hearing will be held Tuesday evening at 6:30 on this item. And this is, per the applicant, this would be for approximately 50 townhomes for this property. They haven't gone through site plan because they've got to get the zoning first before they can submit the site plan. But there is a mixture of zones in the area. You've got agricultural, you've got low density, medium density, and high density all in this area. The property that borders the sites on the south is medium density, and to the north is high density. There is a larger agricultural parcel on the opposite side of Cheney as well. Does anyone have any questions about this?
I just want to clarify the date. On this, it says Tuesday, February 1st.
It should be the 7th. Yeah, I was looking at the
Okay.
wrong calendar. I was looking at last year's calendar.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the date on it. When I read it last night, I was like,
Public hearing is Tuesday, February 7th.
Okay, thank you, Bruce.
And then just to be clear, is this is the same zoning property? This was brought before the Planning Commission once before in May of 2022, correct? With an unfavorable recommendation?
It has
It's the same
It has come
applicant?
before with an unfavorable recommendation. I don't remember the exact date, though.
Okay,
But I do know it came through with an unfavorable recommendation at that time.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Do you happen to know if there was a particular reason why they withdrew their application after that? Before
I-
it came before BOMA?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Any other questions? Okay, first reading ordinance 2023-03, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for a portion of tax map 18K Group A, Parcel 6, consisting of approximately 13.63 acres located near Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike from an I-1 light industrial zoning district to an I-2 heavy industrial zoning district. This received an unfavorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. Public hearing will be held on Tuesday evening for this. You will note in your packet the applicant has requested for a 30-day deferral. They are wanting to address some of the concerns that came out of Planning Commission, as well as some concerns from neighbors. Does anyone have any questions on this? First reading ordinance 2023-04, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 State Street Aid Fund budget. And this is tied to the consent agenda that will allow the Holland Ridge Drive and Bill Stewart Boulevard paving. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have first reading ordinance 2023-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. And this is as far as addressing, again, the strategic planning retreat from the consent agenda. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 9, Resolution 2023-03, a resolution to adopt a social media policy for the City of LaVergne. And Public Relations Department, along with the City Administrator and Legal Counsel, have prepared a social media policy to provide better guidance for all of our social media communications, both internal, external, and it will involve some training of staff for anyone who is on our social media accounts. But it basically documents what we can and can't do as far as what's appropriate while taking into consideration the First Amendment. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to Resolution 2023-04, resolution to amend the city's employee policy regarding the deputy police chief. And all this is doing is just reversing the resolution that the board adopted back in May regarding who the deputy chief reports to. That's all. Does anyone have any questions? Then number 11, motion to approve a real estate purchase and sale agreement with Noon Real Estate, LLC, to purchase the stormwater building located at 5175 Murfreesboro Road. This one's not quite ready yet. We don't have from the Noon Group the purchase agreement, lease back, affidavit information yet. If we don't have that by Tuesday, this will be pulled from the agenda. Moving on to 12, motion to authorize the city to obtain an appraisal for the easement from Piedmont Gas. Evan, I'm going to let you take this one because I know we've all kind of gone back and forth with this.
Just to alert the board, Piedmont Gas, and Bruce may have to correct me on the dates on this, they basically occupied and took over city property without any right or permission to do that. No easement or anything else, and to, I guess, repair one of their gas lines. And one of the representatives from Piedmont approached Bruce with a right of entry agreement for the city to sign without any compensation at all. They just tried to get the city to sign off on it. We looked into it and realized that they didn't have any right of permission to be on the property. And so I reached out to the Piedmont rep and said, you guys have been trespassing on our property. You didn't have any right to be here. If you want access to it, you're going to have to compensate the city for it. The next thing we get, I think, is I don't know if that's in the packet or not, is the proposed easement.
It is.
Glenn, if you could scroll down. So the next thing we know, I told Piedmont, I said, we'll have to get a appraiser to come out to find out what the value is of what you took for that period of time so that the city can be fairly compensated for that. What they have sent us instead, Glenn, if you can scroll back up, back to the, yeah. They sent us a permanent easement, proposed easement, if you can go to the top, that has a price of, if I can see that, $17,462 for a permanent easement. That's if the city elected to sell them an easement to be able to do this again in the future, which is not what we requested. I asked Piedmont where that number came from. I don't even remember what the answer was. I think they just made it up. I'm not sure exactly where it came from. So the bottom line is, I wanted y'all to be aware that Piedmont has offered to buy an easement at that location for that amount of money. My suggestion is that we retain a real estate appraiser and find out what the value of the property is and then make an informed decision about how to deal with it going forward.
Absolutely. And I think they said they just came up with that number. There was really no rhyme or reason to it.
Right. I think that's right. Yeah.
But this would authorize the city to go ahead and start that process to have an appraisal done. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to board and committee members. We have one term vacant on the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. Currently, we don't have any applicants. That is being advertised on our social media networks and on Channel 3, if anyone would like to apply. Next, we have the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expired at the end of January. That is Terrence Smith's, and he would like to remain on there. We do not have any other applicants. Next, we have the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We've got two terms that expired at the end of January, and one of those two would like to remain on the board. So that other opening is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. Next, we have the Economic Development Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant. We have two applicants for that. Looks like Charles Frazier and Graham Coates. Then we also, moving on to the Greenway Advisory Committee, we've got one term that has expired, or I'm sorry, that's not expired, but that resigned. And we've got one applicant at this point. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee, and we've got one term that expired at the end of December. Or no, he resigned, I'm sorry. So that is being advertised at this point. We have not received any applicants for it. Moving on to the Library Board, we have two terms that are vacant, and we have 4 applicants at this point. Then we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are vacant. We currently do not have anyone who's applied for that. And so that is being advertised on Channel 3 and to through our social media networks. Last item, we've got discussion, the zoning ordinance adoption process. Back in December of last year, the Planning Commission sent a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for the adoption of the new zoning ordinance and the associated zoning map. So what this board needs to discuss is the number of public meetings that we want to hold to give our residents ample opportunities to review the proposed zoning ordinance and the map. At a minimum, we already plan to have 2 public hearings in front of the board prior to the first and second readings of the ordinance. And then what I publicly discussed, staff has recommended that we set aside a minimum of 1 full week of public meetings and have those in 2-hour blocks at the LaVergne Public Library where citizens can review the proposed map and the zoning ordinance. Planning staff would be on hand to answer any questions as well as explain any changes. They'll also record any comments from the public in favor or against specific changes that are being proposed. And then all of those comments will be presented to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for consideration. Staff also is recommending that we do 1 meeting specific to the developers, builders, and engineering firms so they can review the changes that might affect any planned future developments, and of course any comments from that would be brought to the board as well. We would also set up a new page on the city website that will have links to the proposed zoning ordinance and to the map. The details of the public meetings will be on that page, and then if someone has a comment regarding the zoning ordinance or map, they can go to a form and submit those online. Our public relations department will send out notices via social media, our website, to make everyone aware of the process. I would think we would also utilize the news alert email that people can sign up on as well. And then, of course, this will also be advertised on Channel 3. So that's kind of the minimum level. So open this up for discussion as far as what else this board is interested in seeing.
The real issue I have with the city rezoning people's land is, we're in the past we have rezoned property, and a lot of people wasn't aware of it, and then when they come in, somebody develop beside it, then they'll be aware of it. I just really ain't comfortable about rezoning, the city rezoning people's land without their personal approval. City's done it over the past, and it's just caused a lot of confusion. That's my intake on it.
Okay, so any thoughts on what we've discussed as far as the actual public meeting portion, though?
Well, the public meeting is good, but a lot of people are not aware of it, and even in the ones we had in the past, a lot of people didn't show up. If it's not pressing, people take for granted, if their property's on one way, unless they go have it changed, it stays the same. But it's not. The city can go in and change it, and it's caused some confusion over the years. And I know we had some talk over on Blair Road, and in some other places in LaVergne, people's property was zoned, and you know, they've lived there for 50 years, and they weren't aware that the zoning had been changed. You know, or their kids inherit the property, and they think it's zoned one way and it's not zoned the other. I think it needs to be something done where, you know, if a person is living there and the property zoned, you know, they ought to have some kind of ways to do something about it.
Okay. Any other comments on the adoption process?
Yeah, I agree with Alderman Waldron about notifying people if their property is up for rezoning. I think one way to do that would be to perhaps send them a certified letter via mail so that they know that their property is up for rezoning, along with those meeting dates, so they can come attend, they can express their concerns about the rezoning, should they have any. But I think that, you know, social media, advertising on TV, I don't think that's enough. I think we need to literally reach out to those individuals via certified mail, make sure that we know that they've got something in hand that says we're planning to rezone your property. If you have a concern, here's where to be to voice those concerns. So the second thing that I made a note of here is just the city webpage with the maps, just a timeline before the actual meetings, so people have time to review that, think of any thoughts, concerns, talk to their family members about how they feel about it. That way they have time to bring that information to us.
Okay. Anything else?
And adding to that, you know, a lot of people gets the property rezoned, and the zoning don't stay with the applicant, it stays with the property. Even if the property is sold or switched hand, the zoning stays with the property. And, you know, I've found out over the last 10 to 15 years, people who thought their property was zoned one way and they was going to build on, like, add a room or add a section or a carport or something, and the zone was changed, and their building envelope, they couldn't build addition on their house or maybe a carport or garage because it overstepped the boundaries. And they said, well, when we bought the house, it was R1 or R2, and it was changed something else. And I think, you know, that's something that needs to be addressed. You know, it just so much stuff goes on in days' life. It's hard for the average person that don't come down here every week or every month, you know, to keep up with stuff. You kind of think if you buy a cow and you sell the cow next week, it's going to be a cow. It's not going to be a bull. You know, kind of something like that.
Okay. Any other suggestions for the adoption process? Okay, moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to, this weather's funny, check on the elderly. Make sure your pets have fresh water and shelter. And this crazy weather, I want to urge everybody to check their vehicles. You know, check your battery, your tires, your brakes, your wiper blades. And it's always a good rule of thumb to keep a tank of gas full in your car, because if electricity goes out in your house, if push comes to shove, you can go out in the car and get warm. But if your car is empty, you ain't got a leg to stand on. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I don't have anything for this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Haas.
I'd just like to remind everyone that the LaVergne baseball, softball signups are online, and get your kids out there, T-ball up through baseball, softball, and also they are accepting donations for sponsorships, and that is online also, and there have been several posts on Facebook about it. So let's get the kids out there and have a great spring baseball, softball season. Thank you.
Well, I want to remind everyone about the Under the Sea Father-Daughter Dance this Saturday at the Multipurpose Building. from 2 to 4 p.m. Admission is free. Should be lots of fun, and it's regardless of whether it's daddy, daughter, grandparents, mother, daughter. Bring the kids out. Let's have a good time. You don't have to be just here, living here in LaVergne, to come and enjoy that. Want to thank everybody for coming out. We had a very nice celebration of Miss Phyllis Rogers, who, after years, has decided to retire to sunny Florida. And so I think it was a good time.
I only wish.
But so thank you for your service to the city and to the citizens over the years.
Thank you.
With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
you.